Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need no box. No box and trophy. You are on standby. No box and trophy. You are on standby right now. We're going to be calling you up here shortly. No box. We're going to need you in staging lanes 6 and 7. Trophy. You're going to be in staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, no box. You are on standby for staging lanes 6 and 7. Trophy. You are on standby for staging lanes 8 and 9. We are going hot here shortly, folks. Welcome one, welcome all to Bracket Race, Quartermax sponsored Bracket Race number 8 here at Cordova Dragway. We appreciate each and every one of you for coming out here. Track is getting ready to go hot. We are in prep right now, getting ready to be done. So, again, no box. You are on standby for staging lanes 6 and 7. Trophy, you are on standby for staging lanes 8 and 9. Hey, real quick, I'd like to point out we got a YouTube channel going on. It's a really wicked program that's set up here. Check it out on YouTube. It's at Cordova Dragway. We got everything going live stream through YouTube. So hop on at Cordova Dragway on YouTube. Again, I'd like to thank Quartermax. They're the trusted parts to make your race car safer and faster for sponsoring our 2025 bracket program here at Cordova Dragway. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. No box. This is your call. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. No box. No box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. No box. This is your call. Again, we're changing the program up just a little bit today. It's going to be one and run. So you got one time run, and then we're going into eliminations. So, no box. No box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7 now. Again, welcome one, welcome all to Cordova Dragway here for the quarterback sponsor 2025 bracket program. I'm going to hand the mic over now to our chaplain Lynn for the invocation. Here we go.
Let's all bow our heads. Father, we thank you for this opportunity to be here together. We ask for guidance in the matters at hand. Impart your wisdom so that we may have a successful conclusion. I ask that you watch over all the staff as they perform their jobs. Keep all the drivers, crew, and everyone on these grounds safe and out of harm's way. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen, Lynn. Thank you so much. Okay, Trophy. Trophy, I need you to report to staging lanes 8 and 9 now. Trophy, this is your call to staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, Trophy. Trophy, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I need no box in staging lanes 6 and 7. Trophy in 8 and 9. We are getting ready to go hot. Here we go, folks. No box. Getting ready to pull up in the water box now. Trophy, I need you in staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, Trophy, this is your call to staging lanes 8 and 9. Attention in the pits. Trophy, I need you to staging lanes 8 and 9. And let's call up the junior dragsters now. Super Junior, please report to staging lane 4. Novice Junior, please report to staging lane 3. And remember, folks, for the junior class, ET Raptors dropping $50 for the perfect reaction time. So you can take that $50 and use it for some school supplies coming up here shortly. I think all these kids heading back to school next week, they can use that $50 for whatever they need. We appreciate it, ET Raptor, for sweetening the pot and putting $50 for the perfect reaction time on Junior Dragster. On the starting line right now, Mustang versus Camaro. This is no box on the starting line right now. Again, we are changing the program up today just to make sure we miss the weather tonight. So we're going to do one and go. One-time run and then directly into eliminations. Again, I'd like to thank our sponsor, Quartermax Chassis and Racing Components. They're the trusted parts to make your race car safer and faster. Look at these guys, 7:51 in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Mustang breaks the beams at 7:38 in the Berkey side. Check these two out. Some Trans Ams on the starting line right now. Gorgeous WS6 in the Freedom Motorsports side. That's Austin Began. Taking on Ken Miller. Look at this. Got an SN95 Mustang in the near lane, taking on a brand new Corvette. Look at that. White is right. Loving that car. Gorgeous. Thing looks like some sort of supercar out there, which it is. Mid-engine Vet. Loving it. Mustang getting gone. Gets down there 570 at 119 miles an hour. John Haas gets down there 101 through the stripes in that mid-engine Corvette. Got the Mercury Capri in the far lane, taking out the Camaro Freedom Motorsports side. That's Mark Naughton out of DeWitt, Iowa. Taking out Brendan Ferguson out of DeWitt, Iowa. Berkey side goes 649 at 104 miles an hour through the stripes. Freedom Motorsports side goes down 711 at 96 miles an hour. Check these two out. Pro Stock Cavalier, pardon me, Pro Stock Cavalier in the near lane, taking out the J2000. Far side gets out front, puts a couple car lengths on him, stays out there. He goes 590 at 115 miles an hour. Bedminster goes 638 at 107 through the stripes with that Cavalier. Check these two out. Ghost Flame Nova against the S10 Flame Job over here in the Freedom Motorsports side. That's Doug Lancaster getting down there 591 at 116 miles an hour through the stripe. S10 gets down there 599 at 114 in the Freedom Motorsports side. Gorgeous 65 Mustang, near lane. Taking on the S10 in the Berkey side. There's Pete McGlynn in that front engine dragster, far side, out of Long Grove, Iowa. Taking on Dan Beal in his Camaro, Freedom Motorsports lane. Both cars staged. Here come the lights. Red light in the Freedom Motorsports side. Front engine dragsters getting gone. He gets down there 551 at 123 miles an hour through the stripes. Ain't seen one of these in a while. Look at that. Avenger in the Berkey side. Taking on the S10 in the Freedom Motorsports lane. That's Trisha Bailey taking on Mike Cole in his Avenger. Both cars pre-stage. Avenger goes in first. Here comes the lights. Cole gets down there 704 at 96 miles an hour. Daly gets down there 701 at 97 miles an hour through the stripes. Love these two cars on the starting line right now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Midwest Top Sportsman, you are on standby. I repeat, Midwest Top Sportsman, you are on standby. Attention in the pits. Midwest Top Sportsman, you are on standby. Great reaction time out of Mike Clark in the Freedom Motorsports side. He gets down there 661 at 99 miles an hour. Dale Jones goes 658 at 104 in his 65 Coronet. That's Mike Thompson in the rear engine dragster, Berkey's farm stand side. Taking out Steve Agnish out of Wyoming, Iowa, in the near lane. Almost identical reaction times out of both cars. That rear engine dragster gets down there first though, 6:45 at 104 through the stripes. Freedom Motorsports lane gets down there 7:27 at 93 miles an hour. Check out the 66 Chevelle. Loving it. Gorgeous car here in the Freedom Motorsports side. Piloted by Rich Fields. Hey, it's right down the street from me out of Naperville, Illinois. Taking out Tyler Barshama out of Fulton in the far lane. Both cars staged for the lights. Great reaction time out of Tyler. Look at that 006 on the tree. Gets down there 7:13 at 92 miles an hour. Field breaks the beams at 6:23 at 110. Wow, here's a blast from the past. That's Jim Pruitt. Looks like he's driving a Beretta. Taking on the Nova in the rear lane. In the Freedom Motorsports lane, followed by Bobby Jr. Love that Nova. I love Novas because that's my daughter's name, Nova. My favorite car and favorite daughter. Beretta versus Nova. Bobby Inch Jr. This guy knows how to race it. He goes round after round around here. He goes red though. Look at that though. Pruitt cutting the tree down. 009 reaction time. He goes 6:38 at 106 miles an hour through the stripes on the Berkey farm stand side. Ince goes 6:04 at 114. There's Brian Robinson in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Taking on Scotty Wheats in the Berkey side. Red light for Wheats. He gets down there though, 6:52 at 104. Robinson breaks the beams at 6:85, 98 miles an hour through the stripes. Look at these two on the starting line right now. Gorgeous cars. Loving the Novas. That's Rick Keenan. That's a 1964 Rambler, pardon me. Down there 593 at 116. Paige Harris goes 639 at 108. Here's Mike Peterson Jr. in the Freedom Motorsports side, taking out Bradley Wheats in the Berkey's Farm Stand side. Great reaction time out of the Freedom Motorsports side. 005 on the tree. He goes 699 at 97 miles an hour. Wheats gets down there 674 at 99 miles an hour through the stripes. Camaro versus Vega. Sitting on the starting line right now. That's Terry Heller in the far side. Taking on Javin Warner in the near lane in his Camaro. Heller goes red. Warner gets down there, 684 at 99 miles an hour in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Heller breaks the beam down there, 675 at 101. There's Tyler Brooks in his Monte Carlo SS, far lane. Taking on the bike, piloted by Scott Parker out of Selvis, Illinois. Great reaction time out of the bike. Look at that, cutting it down, 008 on the tree. He goes 609 at 113. Brooks breaks the beam, 689, 99 miles an hour through the stripes. Gotta love it. 67 Nova in the near lane, taking on the Monty far side, piloted by Robinson, Ryan Robinson out of Comanche, Iowa. Great reaction time out of Robinson. Look at that 007 on the tree. He goes 616 at 110 miles an hour. Freedom Motorsports side goes 642 at 104 through the stripes. Clean in the near lane, taking on Cole Robinson in the Malibu far side. Boo gets the bike. Look at that. 643 at 104 miles an hour. Clean goes 664 at 103. Look at these two out there. We got the Cuda, far lane. Love that purple. Followed by Tim Flynn. Taking out Jeff Cook in his pro stock Camaro. Tim Flynn, far lane. Taking on Jeff Cook in the Freedom Motorsports side. Both cars pre-staged. Cook goes in first. Here come the lights. Cook has some problems. Looks like he got out of it. Flynn gets down there, 647, 105 through the stripes. Cook goes 694 at 86. He was having some issues. Look at this setup over here. We got a Roadster. Roadster gets gone. 574 at 116 miles an hour. Tesla breaks the beams at 806 at 91 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Midwest Top Sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. Midwest Top Sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, Midwest Top Sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. That's Nathan Schroeder out there. It was the last no-box pass. We got trophy class coming up now. That's Jenny Wilson in the rear engine dragster far side. Taking on my man Sean in that Camaro in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Dragster gets down there. 905 at 146 miles an hour. Camaro breaks the beams at 1339 at 104. Next up, S10 versus Tesla. That's Robert McCary in the far lane. Taking on Andrew in the near lane, Freedom Motorsports side. Again, we are running one and go, so one time trial for everybody out there. Besides Midwest Top Sportsman, they are going to do 2 qualifiers today. So every other class is doing 1, and Midwest Top Sportsman will have 2. Check this out. Gorgeous 56 Chevy on the starting line right now. That's Christopher Peterson out of Tampico, Illinois. Taking on Zach Duran on his bike. Great reaction time out of the 56. Look at that 008 on the tree. Gets down there 1243 at 108. That's Turtle Cole in the near lane. Taking on the Fox Body far side. Bike says bye-bye. Goes 934 at 137 miles an hour. Fox Body gets down there at 1392 at 96 miles an hour through the stripes. Okay, that was the last trophy car. Next coming up in the water box is Super Juniors. Again, E.T. Raptor, sweeten the pot. Whoever gets the perfect reaction time today gets $50 in the junior class. Each and every one of you that can cut a perfect light gets $50. Again, folks, you can log in right now at YouTube at Cordova Dragway. We are broadcasting live. So if you'd like to check that out, head on over to YouTube and go to at Cordova Dragway. You can catch all the live action going on right now and a bunch of interviews. There is tons of content on there. So head on over to YouTube and check out at Cordova Dragway. That's brother versus sister right there. James in the far lane taking on Jill in the near lane. James gets down there 788 at 81 miles an hour. Jill breaks the beam 774 at 82 through the stripes. That's Camden Holdorf in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Look at that gorgeous junior dragster. Flame job with the American flag on it. Taking on Cole Robinson in the far lane. Camden gets down there 795 at 81 miles an hour through the stripes. Far lane goes 907 at 71 miles an hour. That's Taylor Crownhart in the near lane. Taking on Luke Kaufman in the Berkey's Farm Stand side. Taylor goes red. That dragster sure moving, though. Check it out, 790 at 81 miles an hour through the stripe. Luke gets down there, 891 at 71 miles an hour in the Berkey's Farm Stand side. Check out the paint job on this midget missile. Loving it. Gorgeous car here in the near lane. Freedom Motorsports side. Freedom Motorsports side goes 893 at 72 miles an hour through the stripes. Next setup. Kylie Eads, in the Berkey side. Taking out Jackson Reeves in the near lane. Jackson Reeves out of Davenport, Iowa in the Freedom Motorsports side. Both cars staged now. Here come the lights. Red light for Kylie. She's going to get there first, though. 783 at 82 miles an hour. Jackson breaks the beams down there. 898 at 71 miles an hour through the stripes in the Freedom Motorsports side. That's Frankie in the far lane out of Long Grove, Iowa. Taking on Cameron Verkler in the Freedom Motorsports lane.
Hey, Danny, what am I supposed to do about fuel?
That's Bailey Painter in the far lane. Taking on Ruby Clark in the Freedom Motorsports side. Clark gets down there 767 at 84 miles an hour. Bailey gets down there 798 at 81 miles an hour through the stripes in the Berkey side. There's Jamison Quinn in the near lane. Taking on Colin in the far side. That's Colin Wersema in the Berkey side. Freedom Motorsports side goes 889 at 74 miles an hour through the stripes. Colin breaks the beams 1106 at 58 miles an hour. That's Laney Thomas in the Berkey side. No box bike and box bike, you are on standby. No box bike and box bike, you are on standby. I repeat, attention to the pits. No box and box bike, you are on standby. We've got Novice Jr. on the starting line right now. Leighton Cryer in the far lane. Taking on Gracie Shaver in the tower side. Cryer gets down there 1189 at 52 miles an hour through the stripes. Shaver breaks the beam at 12:25, 54 miles an hour in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Again, we've got $50 for the perfect reaction time in both junior classes. That is sponsored by ET Raptor. She is throwing $50 at each and every perfect reaction time out of our junior classes. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. No box bike and box bike. Please report to staging lanes 4 and 5 right now. No box bike and bike. Please report to the staging lanes now. Your staging lanes assignments are no box bike, you are in staging lane 5. Box bike, you are in staging lane 6. No box bike, please report to staging lane 5. And box bike, please report to staging lane 6. Okay, folks, here comes the show. We got Midwest Top Sportsman coming up next. If you aren't in the stands, head on up here. We got some fast cars coming at you next. Begler out there. How you doing, sir? Check these cars out. Love them. Midwest Top Sportsman. Backing it up right now. Gorgeous 63 split window vet. Far lane. Taking on the Avenger. Hemi powered in the near lane. Piloted by Calvin Holt. Tony Zimmerman in the far lane. Look at that. Red light 004 going red, but he goes 442 at 157 miles out of Paul Montgomery. Wow. Zimmerman gets down there 503 at 138 miles an hour through the 8th. That's Rick Soika Jr. in the far lane. That gorgeous Firebird. Look at the paint job on this 66 Chevelle over here in the Freedom Motorsports side. Gorgeous Chevelle. Looks like that's an inch for sure. That's Bob Sr. Taking on Rick Soika Jr. in the far lane out of North Aurora, Illinois. Bottle-fed Firebird purging the system in the Berkey side. Both cars stage. Here come the lights. Soika goes 429 at 168 miles an hour. East gets down there 501 at 140 through the stripes in the Freedom Motorsports side. That's Bill Rotz in the far lane. Big Bird Mode S10. Taking out PJ in his Chevelle. Freedom Motorsports side. 487 at 122. Bill Rotz breaks the beams at 555 at 125 in the Berkey side. That's Ed Bandericks out of Lake Bluff, Illinois, in the 66 Chevelle near lane. Taking out Jeff Sutherland in the far side in his Oldsmobile. Love the Cutlass Supreme. It's an old Warren Johnson number over there. Check these guys out. Old pro stock battle on a starting line right now. Who's going to bump in first? Vanderwicks waiting on Sutherland. Both cars pre-stage. Who's going in first? Sutherland goes in. Vanderwicks in. Here come the lights. Vanderwicks cuts the tree down. 007 goes 505 at 139 in the Freedom Motorsports side. Sutherland gets down there at 491 at 143. That's my man Finn in the near lane. Taking on John Lopez Jr. on the far side of Beretta. Check these cars out. Camaro versus Beretta. Red light for Finn. He gets down to go 534 at 132. Lopez Jr. breaks the beams 489 at 144. Puts him at number 3 in the first round of qualifying for Midwest Top Sportsman. Next up, Matt Genesi. Taking on Cale Davis. Davis in that Boss Mustang. Taking on Genesi's Cavalier in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Mustang puts a fender on him. Look at that, 488 at 142 miles an hour out of the Cavalier. Cale Davis goes number 3 at 487 at 143 miles an hour. Genesi gets down there. He's number 4 as of right now with a 488 at 142 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, please report to staging lane 6 and 7. I repeat, sportsman, this is your call to staging lane 6 and 7. There's Rod K. Jr. in the near lane. Taking on Larry Dalton in the far side. We got Firebird versus Camaro. Pontiac versus Chevy. That's the Dalton gang in the Berkey side. Kleiber Motorsports versus the Dalton gang right now on the starting line. Chevy gets it 459 at 155 miles an hour. Firebird gets down there 486. That puts Dalton in the number 3 spot and the Firebird in the number 4 spot right now. We got Tom Begler on the starting line. Got his brother Chuck backing him up in the beans, and his nephew Jason backing him up as well. Taking on Anthony Plude out of Homer Glen, right down the street from me. Gorgeous Camaro versus Firebird on the starting line right now. Freedom Motorsports lane, sponsored by Begler's Performance. Both cars pre-stage. Begler goes in first. Oh my, look at Begler cutting it down. Go Tom. Tom goes 008 off the tree. Goes 527. That puts him number 13 right now. And Anthony Plude gets down there 492. He's at the 9th spot right now in Midwest Top Sportsman. That's Eddie Bandy Riggs Jr. in the far side, that gorgeous Camaro. I love this thing. Taking on Aaron Carlson in the near lane. Look at these cars. Near lane, sponsored by Boulder Display of Power. Carlson and Carlson. This Chevy versus Chevy on the starting line right now. That's a blown injected Impala two-door in the near lane. Vulgar display of power on the side. Taking out Eddie Bandowitz Jr. out of Lake Bluff. Bandowitz, one tough competitor. Seen him go round after round in Midwest Top Sportsman. Let's see what he's got today. Red light for Carlson, gets out of it, has some trouble, but hey, look at the light out of Bandowitz. 001 off the tree, 481 at 144 miles an hour. Puts Eddie at number 4. 001 light. Way to cut it down, boss. Wow. And attention to the pits. Sportsman, if you're not in staging lane 6 and 7, you are late. Sportsman, please report to staging lane 6 and 7. I repeat, sportsman, please report to staging lane 6 and 7. Alex Bozek out of Chicago in the near lane. That's my man from a couple 2-3 stops down the way. Gotta go to the bathroom, you know, Chi-Town style. And his neon, heavy powered neon in the Freedom Motorsports side. Let's see what Bozak has for us today. Bozak in and out of it off the starting line. Keeps it in the lane, goes 520 at 133 miles an hour. That car's got a lot more. Midwest Top Sportsman. It's Rick Soka Jr. at number 1. Paul Montgomery, number 2. Larry Dalton, number 3. And Eddie Banderix Jr., number 4. They are running 2 qualifiers today, though. Every other class is going 1 and go to eliminations. We are trying to beat the weather. That is for sure coming tonight. Barsima in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Sponsored by ETI Farm Team. He goes 790 at 81 miles an hour. Way to hit it on the head, kid. Got no box bike coming in the water box right now. I'd like to thank Quartermax Racing Components. They're the trusted parts to make your race cars safer and faster. Thanks for sponsoring our 2025 bracket program here at Cordova Dragway. Also got to thank RJ Race Cars, Vandervoort Sales, Melissa Bowman Realty, Munson's Repair, Redline Dyno, Trophy World, Berkey's, Freedom Motorsports, The Car Shop, Bailey's Quad Cities, Bob Bailey's Pro Glass, Motion Raceworks, Sterling Fence Company, Sandpiper Solar, The Fuel Factory, and of course, O'Reilly Auto Parts. In the pits, attention in the pits. Box, this is your call. Please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. Box, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, attention in the pits. Box, this is your call to staging lanes 8 and 9. Box, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. That's Brian White in the near lane. Taking on Mike White in the far side. Oh my, look at this. Brian trees him. 004 off the tree. He goes 562 at 118 miles an hour. Mike gets down there 554 at 120 miles an hour with a red light. Thomas Turtle Cole in the Freedom Motorsports lane out of Davenport, Iowa. Sponsored by his awesome wife. We got Sportsman rolling up in the water box next. Phil Masick in the near lane in that Nova. Taking out Jim Peterson in his Dodge pickup truck far side out of Davenport, Iowa. Masick gets down there 780 at 86 miles an hour. Peterson breaks the beams 853 at 77 miles an hour in that gorgeous Dodge pickup truck. That's Carl Bucky Owens in the Firebird in the Freedom Motorsports lane, taking on the Mustang far side, piloted by Brian Rolson. Rolson is a 2024 Six Summer Day 2 Bullseye Challenge winner. Car's nicknamed Loose Change. I'd like to take some time to remind everybody we got the granddaddy of it all coming up this month. The 71st World Series of Drag Racing starts Thursday, August 21st, all the way through Sunday, August 24th. We're going to have top fuel buddy cars, jet cars, tons of fast cars. We got Joe Zoper's Builders Brawl guys coming out here. That's a bunch of guys from Street Outlaws, Pro Mods, Wheel Standers, Fuel Alters, Nitro Harleys, Chicago Wise Guys, Midwest Pro Stocks, Ozark Super Shifters. Tons of cars out here. The Beat the Heat guys, Nostalgia Gassers. There's something for everybody out here. Coming up at the end of the month, the 71st World Series of Drag Racing. So be here. Check it out. They got ticket packages going online right now. So head on over to CordovaDragway.com to get your tickets. Coming up August 14th through the 17th is Havlic's Fastest Streetcar Shootout, presented by Redline Synthetic Oil. If you want tickets for that, check it out at info@www.havlicsfscshootout.com. And again, check us out on YouTube right now at Cordova Dragway if you'd like to tune in live. Let's not forget about the Hot Rod Havoc coming up Saturday, October 4th here at Cordova Dragway. It's going to be a hot rod party. They got live music, art show, print striping, pinup contest, and more. Check it out. Car show with awards and swap meet. Check it out at CordovaDragway.com. Or check it out on Facebook.com/Race Cordova. Again, August 22nd through the 24th, the granddaddy of them all, the 71st World Series Drag Racing, coming up here at Cordova Dragway, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. We got Top Fuel Dragsters. Bruce Litton's going to be here, Scott Palmer, and Mitch King. We also got Nitro Funny Cars. It's going to be Tim Wilkerson, Del Worsham, John Lawson, and Joe Haas. There's a bunch of jet cars going to be here as well. We got the Hellfire Jet Semi, Elaine Larson, Scotty Heat, April Crownhart, and Josh Cruder. Also got Fuel Authors coming out. That's Tom Moultrie with Drastic Plastic and Chris Graves. We also got the Builders Brawl crew coming out from Joe Zoper's TV show. We got Junkyard Stewed coming out. That's Brandon Sandlin. Taking on Swamp Thing, Joey Baroni, sponsored by Nitrous Express. Also got the Armless Archer. This guy seriously has no arms and drives a pro mod. Drives it better than most guys with arms. Swear to God. Swear to God. He's also an Olympic gold medalist in archery. That's why they call him the Armless Archer. The guy is amazing. Check him out. And also my man, Joliet Joe Zoper, from Garage Squad and his new TV show, Builders Brawl. Also, we got Dan Straley piloting. Oh, check that out. Sorry. Blown Injected Dragster got my attention. Squirrel. That's Don Spear in the near lane. Out of Davenport, Iowa. that good?
Danny, I got that. Yep. I don't know if it's
What do you want me to announce? Okay. Look at these two. Gorgeous Mustang in the Berkey side. Taking on the WS6 Trans Am in the near lane. Old school Ford Mustang versus late model Trans Am. Both of them hike the front wheels up, get gone. Austin McGann gets down there 685 at 99 miles an hour. Mustang breaks the beam 668 at 99 miles an hour. We have a Dodge Daytona. I haven't seen one of those in a while. That's PJ Mazuka out of Villa Park in the Berkey side. Sponsored by Titan Electric out of Villa Park. S10 versus Dodge Daytona. Mazuka goes red by 003, gets down at 0561 at 123 miles an hour through the stripes in the 8th. Nice pass. That's Brian Thomas in the rear engine dragster far side. Taking out Mark Clark in his Camaro near lane. Sponsored by Triple E Sales, Sears Seating, and his wife. check out this gorgeous 56 Chevy in the near lane, piloted by Zach Lewis in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Taking out Brady Roof in his rear engine dragster. Far lane. Barsma in the near lane, going red. He gets down to the 507 at 134 miles an hour. Grace Haas goes 508 at 134 in the far lane. That's Jay Wilson in the far lane. Taking out Trooper Dan in the near lane. Sponsored by River Cities Engineering. Jay Wilson has some issues on the starting line with the sandbagger. Trooper Dan goes 5.005 at 138 miles an hour through the stripes in the Freedom Motorsports side. Looks like Wilson's going to give it another shot in the sandbagger. Wilson gets down there 660 at 115 miles an hour in the Berkey side. Next up, Bradley Green in the Berkey's lane. Taking on Tom Lindo in that 55 Chevy. Gorgeous 55 Chevy. Love that car. He's out of Eldridge, Iowa, in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Check out that hood on that thing. Gorgeous car. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. All sportsman class, if you got an 8-mile ticket instead of the quarter-mile ticket, we're going to be calling you up here in about 20 minutes. So all sportsman drivers that got an 8th-mile time ticket instead of a quarter-mile time ticket, we're going to be calling you back up in about 20 minutes. You are on standby. Out of shape, heads towards the center line, gets his foot out of it. Nice save. Out of the Berkey side. Berkler gets down there 483 at 143 miles an hour in the Freedom Motorsports lane. That's Ben Wolf in the Berkey side. Taking on Jake Stansbury out of Bettendorf, Iowa, in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Wolf go. He goes 458 at 148 miles an hour out of what I believe is an inline four-cylinder with twin turbos on it. That thing is one quick whip. Stansbury gets down there 469 at 147 miles an hour in the Freedom Motorsports lane. There's Pat McLean in the near lane, sponsored by Connor Construction out of Eldridge, Iowa. Taking on Norm Wheats in the Stormin' Norman out of Clinton, Iowa. McLean cutting that tree down. 007 reaction time. 498 on the boards, going 138 miles an hour through the stripes in the Freedom Motorsports line. Stormin' Norman goes 608 at 113 miles an hour in the Berkey side. Check out the Roadster Corvette in the far lane. Piloted by Bobby Inch Jr. Sponsored by Inch Towing, Shepherd Engine Development, and JoJo's Convenience Store. It's taking out Shade Pope in the near lane in his rear engine dragster. Starting line troubles, gonna send Pope on a bye run. Pope gets down there 5:15 at 132 miles an hour through the stripes in the Freedom Motorsports side. That's Mike Cole in the Dodge Avenger, Freedom Motorsports lane, taking on Jack Bozak in his rear engine dragster in the Berkey's lane. Red light for Bozak. Cole gets down there 706 at 96 miles an hour. Bozak breaks the beams 524 at 138 miles an hour in the Berkey side. Oh, a nice healthy burnout out of the rear-wheel drive Grand Am. You don't see them at all. That's a wicked whip right there. Love the paint job on it, too. That's no box, first round. No box, this is your call for first round. The staging lane 6 and 7. No box, by run, car number is 6358. No box, first round, by run, 6358. Car number 6358. You are the buy run. No box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7 for round 1. No box, no box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7 for round 1 eliminations. Again, if you guys haven't tuned in yet, head on over to YouTube at Cordova Dragway and check out our live stream going on right now. Also, if you guys want tickets for anything coming up, head on over to www.cordovadragway.com. Got to thank our sponsors for the 2025 bracket program here at Cordova as well. That's Quartermax Chassis and Racing Components and RJ Race Cars Incorporated. That's custom builds, updates, and repairs. Thank you for sponsoring our 2025 bracket program. In the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, this call is for you guys. Whoever missed out on the last pass, you got the 8th mile time ticket, we're going to run you. First round is going to be the makeup run, okay? So you guys are just going to be 1 round behind. We're not going to mess up any of the run orders. We're just going to have you guys 1 round behind. So first round for you guys is going to be the makeup run, okay? And then we're going to go right in the first round after that. So whoever didn't get a 1/4 mile time slip, your first round will be the makeup run. Then second round will be first round for you guys, okay? And right now, we're getting ready to do the national anthem. So please, everyone rise and remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem. Folks, let's go racing. It's the 2025 bracket race number 8 coming at you, sponsored by Quarter Max Chassis and Racing Components and RJ Race Cars. We got first round action coming at you now. So if you aren't up here, get out up here. Racing is going to be on the track here shortly. In the pits, attention in the pits. Trophy, first round, trophy. I need to report the staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, attention in the pits. Trophy, please report the staging lanes 8 and 9 for first round. I repeat, trophy class, please report the staging lanes 8 and 9 for first round. No box, round number 1 coming at you in the water box now. There's Austin Began in that gorgeous WS6 Trans Am in the Freedom Motorsports lane. He's taking out Jamie Rexroad out of East Moline in the Berkey side. It's like Nova versus Trans Am. Sorry, that's Doug Lancaster, pardon me. Austin Began versus Doug Lancaster out of Morrison, Illinois. Lancaster battling that Nova in the Berkey's lane. Austin Began in the WS6 Freedom Motorsports side. First round, no box coming at you right now. That car right there in the near lane. God, I love that car. I wanted that thing when I was in high school. I begged my dad to get me one of those. He told me he got me one. I showed up at the shop. It was an '89 Escort. McGann takes off. Leaving Lancaster way behind. I don't know what happened to Doug, but he was sleeping on that line. Began gets it, 694 on that 88 dial. Tough break for Lancaster, going out round number one. Next up, Ken Miller out of Washington, Illinois in his Trans Am, Berkey side. Taking out Brian Robinson in the S10 in the Freedom Motorsports side. Sponsored by Choppers Bar and Grill. Pedal fest out there. Look at that. Wind light goes on for Robinson. He goes 698 at 91 miles an hour. Miller goes 713 on that 7 flat dial to the trailer. Next set, John Haas in that mid-engine Corvette. Gorgeous car in the Berkey side. Taking on Paxton in the near lane in his Fox Body Mustang. Corvette's dialed in 690. Mustang 737 in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Mustang goes red. Corvette advances on. He gets down there 711 at 94 miles an hour. Paxton breaks out, running out the back door, 736 with a 5 on that 737 dial. Next up, Dalton Beal in the near lane in his Camaro, dialed in 751. Taking on Ben Milder in his Camaro, Berkey side, dialed in 741. Who's it going to be, second gen or third gen? It is Milder in the bar lane, going 743 on that 41 dial. Tough break for Beal. That's a starting line win right there for Ben Milder. Next set, Mark Naughton out of DeWitt in the near lane. Piling that Camaro, Freedom Motorsports side, dialed in 711. Taking on Ryan Robinson, far side, dialed in 617. Wind light goes on for Robinson. He goes 626 on that 17 dial at 97 miles an hour to next round. Next set. That's Nathan Schroeder in the far lane. S10 pickup truck, dialed in 595. Taking on John Rentmester in his Cavalier, dialed in 638, Freedom Motorsports lane. Buster. Sends Nathan Schroeder directly on the next round. That's Tom Clean on the motorcycle in the Freedom Motorsports side, dialed in 665. He's taking out Jim Pruitt in the Berkey's lane, dialed in 636 on the side of that Beretta. Chevy Beretta versus Suzuki. Turns the wind light out in that Beretta, going 638 on that 36 dial to next round of no box. Next set, Malibu versus Monte Carlo. That's Mike Clark in the near lane out of Silvis, Illinois, dialed in 661. Taking out Cole Robinson in the far lane, dialed in 644 on the side of that booth. Robinson takes it at the stripes, going 644 on that 44 dial. Way to hit it on the head, kid. At 103 miles an hour, next round. In the pits, attention in the pits. Super Junior, I need you to report to staging lane 4 for round 1. Novice Junior, please report to staging lane 3 for round 1. I repeat, Super Junior and Novice Junior, please report to staging lanes 3 and 4 for round 1. Super Junior to staging lane 4, Novice Junior to staging lane 3, please. J2000 versus the 65 Mustang in the Freedom Motorsports side. Double breakout. Josh gets it though with the Pontiac. He goes 589 at 115 miles an hour at the next round. That's Tyler Barsima in the far lane, dialed in 685. They got Steve Agnes out of Wyoming, Iowa in the near lane. Who's it going to be at the stripe? Double breakout again. Agnes gets it though at 725 at 93 miles an hour. Both cars run them out the back door. Next up, Tim Flynn in that gorgeous Cuda out of Naperville. He's dialed in 647 in the Berkey side. Taking out Dan Beal in his Camaro Freedom Motorsports lane, dialed in 662. Motorsports side sends Tim Flynn directly on the next round. Flynn, tough competitor anyway. Looks at that. Hits it on the head. 647 with a 7 on that 47 dial. Way to go, Flynn. That's Pete McGlynn out of Lawn Grove, Iowa. In the front engine dragster, dialed in 551, Berkeley style. Taking out Chad Stevenson in his Mustang, dialed in 578. Winlight goes on for the front engine dragster, running 552 on that 5-1 dial at 123 miles an hour to next round. That's Drew Beal in the Pontiac, near lane. Taking on the rear engine dragster, piloted by Mike Thompson out of Davenport. He's dialed in 644, far lane. 681 in the Freedom Motorsports side. Oh my, look at the reaction time out of Thompson. He gets a win on that one. He goes 6:45 on that 44 dial with a 009 reaction time. Just cutting the tree down. Love this roadster in the Berkey side over here. Sunset metallic orange. Followed by Jace Deering. He's dialed in 574. Taking on Trisha Bailey. In the S10, dialed in 696. Deering gets it going 580 at 105 miles an hour. Daly drops just a little bit farther off, going 701 on that 696 dial to the trailer. That's Lucas DeCook out of Taylor Ridge, Illinois, in the near lane. Dialed in 640 on the side of that gorgeous Nova. Taking out Scotty Wheats in the far lane, dialed in 651. Wheels up for Wheats. Love that car, how it leaves. Who's going to be at the top end? It is Wheats taking it, 654 on a 5-1 dial, 100 miles an hour to next round. That's Scott Parker on the Jixter in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Taking on Terry Heller in the Vega out of Morrison. Dialed in 675 in the Berkey's lane. Parker gets it at the stripe. He goes 610 on that 08 dial at 108 miles an hour. Heller gets down there 678 on that 75 dial, falling just a little bit farther off. Next set, Tyler Brooks, far lane in his Monte Carlo SS out of Prophetstown. He's dialed in 690 in the Berkey's lane. Taking out Todd Marsden out of Port Byron in his S10 pickup truck. In the Freedom Motorsports side, he's dialed in 599. Sponsored by Sheet Metal Workers Local. Look at that. Marsden Runs 599, that 599 dial in at 113 miles an hour to next round. There's Bradley Wheats in that gorgeous Mopar out of Morrison, Illinois. He's in a Berkey side, dialed in 674. Taking on Crit Setzer in his Tesla, dialed in 802 in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Wheats gets it going, 675 with an 8 on that 7.4 dial at 97 miles an hour to next round. Tough break for Setzer. He hits the number on the head, too. That starting line advantage for Wheats. Takes him down. Look at that, 802 with an O on an 802 dial and loses. Way to go, Wheats. That's Dale Jones out of Morrison in the far lane. Taking on Paige Harris, sponsored by Begless Performance and Harris Machine Works out of Wilmington, Illinois. Red light for Jones sends Paige Harris directly on the next round. She runs it out the back door going 637 with an 8 on that 39 dial. Next set. That's Brennan Burgess in the Mercury Capri. Far lane, dialed in 649. Taking on Mike Peterson Jr. out of Port Byron in his Chevy Camaro. Dialed in 697, Freedom Motorsports lane. Win light goes on for Peterson Jr. He goes 699 on that 9.7 dial. Tough break for Burgess. That's Chavin Warner in the Camaro far side, dialed in 689. Taking on the S10 near lane, dialed in 693. Warner takes it at the stripe, going 690 on that 8.9 dial. Look at the reaction times on both of these guys. 008 out of the Freedom Motorsports side. 006 out of the Berkey's lane. These guys are just cutting the tree down. Red light out of both lanes. Gorgeous 66 Chevelle in the near lane, taking out the Dodge Avenger. Avenger in the Berkey side. Avenger dialed in 706. Chevelle dialed in 622. Richfield gets it at the stripes. They go both out the back door. First or worse, though, Fields gets the win light, 621 on a 22 dial. Look at that reaction time, 001. Closest to perfect reaction time I've seen all day. 001 reaction time out of the 66 Chevelle in the Freedom Motorsports side. In the pits, attention in the pits. Midwest Top Sportsman, it is your call for a second qualifier. Midwest Top Sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, Midwest Top Sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9 for your second qualifier. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Midwest Top Sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. That's Taylor Crownhart in the near lane out of Sterling, dialed in 788. This is Super Junior class coming at you right now. Taking out James Full in the far lane, dialed in 790 out of Clinton, Iowa. Again, ET Raptors throwing $50 on top of the perfect reaction time for all junior classes today. Win light goes on for James. He gets down there 792 at 80 miles an hour. Here's Kylie Eads in the near lane, dialed in 790. Taking on PJ McLean out of Long Grove in the far lane. McLean dialed in 905. Eads 790 in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Win light goes on for Eads, getting down there 795 at 80 miles an hour. McLean breaks out going 904 with an 8 out the back door on that 905 dial-in. Tough break for McLean. So close, but yet so far away. Next up, Jill Full out of Clinton in the near lane, dialed in 776. Sponsored by Full Lawnscapes. Taking on Jaden Reeves out of Davenport in the far lane, dialed in 805. Wind light goes on for Full, going 782 on at 80 miles an hour in the Freedom Motorsports side. Tough break. That's a starting line win for Jill Full. Jaden sleeping on the starting line, gets closer to the breakout, but can't make it up. That's Chloe McLean in the far lane, dialed in 798 out of Long Grove, Iowa. Taking on Ruby Clark in the near side, dialed in 767. Sponsored by Revive and Renew, The Dance Connection, Triple E Sales, and DMM Embroidery. Red light for McLean sends Clark directly on the next round of Super Junior. That's Luke Kaufman in the near lane, dialed in 890 in the Freedom Motorsports side. Taking on the Berkey's lane, dialed in 893 in that gorgeous American flag wrapped junior dragster. Luke Kaufman gets the win light, going 912 on that 890 dial. Tough break for the far lane, going red. Next up, Camden Holdorf in the near lane, dialed in 793, taking on Jackson Reeves out of Davenport in the far lane. Oh, look at that one. That's the closest to perfect I've seen all day out of the juniors. That's a 005 off the tree. Wind light goes on as well for him. 799 for Holdorf. Way to go. Next up, Jamison Quinn out of Noblesville, Indiana. He's dialed in 890, far lane. Taking on Cameron Berkler in the near lane, dialed in 809, Freedom Motorsports side. Attention in the pits. No box bike. This is your call to staging lane 5. I repeat, no box bike. This is your call to staging lane 5. I need box bike. Please report to staging lane 6. I repeat, box bike. Please report to staging lane 6. No box bike. Please report to staging lane 5. I'd like to tell everybody out there, too, that make sure you head on over to the Cordova Dragway concession stand, and the drag strip bar is also open. So head on over to get some cold drinks or something hot to eat over at the concession stand or the bar. They are open. Okay, folks, we got Midwest Top Sportsman qualifier number 2 coming at you up next. That's Bob Ain't Sr. in the 66 Chevelle far lane. Qualifier number 2. That's Tony Zimmerman in the 63 split window, near lane. Both cars, they're 11 and 12 qualified now. They want to see if they can step it up. Goes 504 at 139 miles an hour. They stay where they're at, though. Zimmerman goes 502 at 138. Both cars stay in the same spot. That's Paul Montgomery in the Hemi-powered Avenger, Berkey side. Taking on Anthony Plude out of Homer Glen in the near lane in his Camaro. Plude qualifying number 10. Montgomery's at the number 2 spot right now. Let's see if he can go number 1. Montgomery's gone. Look at that. Pass 444 at 156 miles an hour. Keeps him in the same spot, though. Anthony Plude sitting at the number 10 spot with a 492. Next up, Cale Davis in his Boss Mustang, near lane. Taking on Finn in the far side in the Camaro. Finn sitting in the 16 spot. Davis, number 6. Rare and Morrison powered, nitrous injected Boss Mustang, near lane. Davis, 488 at 143 miles an hour. Finn gets down there at 511. Cale Davis still sitting at number 6. Finn moves up to 14th. Next up, Bill Rotz and that Big Bird mode S15 GMC pickup truck. Taking on PJ in the far lane in that gorgeous Chevelle. PJ sitting number 18. Rotz number 17. Both trying to climb that ladder. He goes 5:43 at 126 miles an hour. BJ gets down there 5:48. They're sitting at 17th and 18th spot right now. Here's Jeff Sutherland in that Oldsmobile Cutlass, backing up like he's Warren Johnson himself. Taking on the Kleiber Motorsports sponsor, Firebird, in the far lane, piloted by Ron K. Jr. Ron sitting at number 5. Sutherland, number 9 right now. Attention in the pits, sportsmen, drivers that didn't get the quarter-mile time slip, please report to the staging lanes now. Sportsmen, please report to staging lanes 6 and 7. Sportsmen who did not get the quarter-mile time, please report to staging lanes 6 and 7. There's Tom Begler in the far lane, taking out Rick Soika Jr., number 1 qualifier, in the near lane right now. Late model Firebird versus the 3rd gen Trans Am far lane. Tom Begler looking to improve his spot right now. He's sitting at number 16, taking on the number 1 qualifier here at Midwest Top Sportsman today, Rick Soika Jr. out of North Aurora. Begler out of Wilmington. Soika's on a pass. Look at this, 427 at 170 miles an hour. Keeps him at the number 1 spot. Begler goes 527 at 132, holding tight on the 16th spot. Next up, Larry Dalton with the Dalton Gang Camaro in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Taking on Matt Jensen in his Cavalier far lane. Dalton sitting at the number 3 spot right now. The Cavaliers number 7. There's Alex Bozek out of Chicago in the far lane. Qualified number 15 right now, Midwest Top Sportsman. Taking out John B. Lopez Jr. in his Beretta near lane. He's qualified number 8. This is qualifying round number 2. Here's Bandewick Senior versus Junior. Both driving the Chevys. One in the Chevelle, one in the Camaro. Juniors qualified number 5 right now. Seniors at number 14, trying to crawl up the ladder. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Box. This is your call for first round. Please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. Box. I need you to report to staging lanes 8 and 9 for round 1. I repeat. Box. Box. This is your call to staging lanes 8 and 9 for round 1 action. Attention in the pits. Car number 523, please report to staging lane 7. Car number 523, please report to staging lane 7. Attention in the pits. Car number 523, please report to staging lane 7 for your bye run. Attention to the pits. 5597, Tom Lindell, you are the bye. 5597, Tom Lindell, you are the bye. That's Mark Clark in the Freedom Motorsports side. That S10 pick-em-up truck dialed in 617 out of Silvis. Taking on Josh Fierce in his Mustang. Dialed in 592 in the Berkey side. Sorry, Jesse Albright, far side. Dialed in 667. S10 dialed in 692. Red light for Albright. Win light goes on for the S10. He goes 693 with a 7 on a 692 dialed in. Next round. We got Bobby Ince in the far lane. Taking on Mike Cole in the near lane in his Dodge Avenger. Cole dialed in 704. Ince dialed in 465. Ince gonna sit there for half a day. Ha! Love seeing this Avenger out here, though. Check these things out. We got a Grand Am out here. It's rear-wheel drive, and this Avenger as well, rear-wheel drive. Pro stock style, like back in the day. Love these cars. Hated that they were front-wheel drive. Inside the hunt, can he reel him in? He cannot, he breaks it out, going out the back door, 461 with an 8 on a 465 dial. Cole gets him, 707 on that 704 dial. Gorgeous 56 Chevy out here. Look at this thing, pro stock style, 56 Chevy. Reminds me of the Peppermint Twist. That's Zach Lewis out of Knoxville, dialed in 553. In the Freedom Motorsports lane, taking out PJ Mazuka out of Villa Park in his Dodge Daytona. Dialed in 561 in the Berkey side. Identical reaction times. It is identical reaction times. Look at this at the top end. It's Mazuka going 561 on a 561 dial. Look at this. Lewis goes 553 with a 7 on a 553 dial in. Both got 20 balls on them. My God, that is the closest pass I've seen in a long, long time. Wow. Margin of victory, 0015. What a package. Wow! That is amazing racing right there. If you know what close racing is, that's the closest you're going to see almost ever. Wow! What a pass. Breakout in the Freedom Motorsports lane sends Grace Haas to next round. Going 512 on that 10 dial at 127 miles an hour next round. Win light goes on for Brady Wolf in the Berkey side. Going 478 with an O on that 478 dial. Look at that reaction time, too. 009 on the tree. Goes 138 miles an hour next round. We got the Chevy S10 versus the Cutlass. Piloted by Brian Barton out of Comanche. He's dialed in 606 in the Berkey side. Bobby Ain't Sr. dialed in 635 in the S10. Win light goes on for Barton. He goes 611 on that 606 dial. Tough break for Ince. That's a starting line win for Brian Barton. That's Don M in the near lane, dialed in 583 on the side of that Camaro. Taking on Paige Davis in her dragster, dialed in 489. Dragster's trying to reel him up. Can he get him? He does. Look at that, 491 on an 89 dial. Congratulations to Paige Davis. Going to next round. Nice healthy burnout out of the boo in the Freedom Motorsports side. He's dialed in 616 on the side of that whip. That's Brian Thomas in the dragster, far side, out of Milan. He's dialed in 548. Taking out Clay in the near lane, in that boo, dialed in 616, Freedom Motorsports side. Dragster takes him at the top end. Look at that, running 548 on that 48 dial. Attention to the pits. Buybacks for no box. Buybacks for no box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. I repeat, buybacks for no box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. I repeat, no box buybacks. No box buybacks. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7 now. That's Ted Cannon, far side, out of Rochelle. He's dialed in 492 on the side of that dragster. Taking on Pat McLean out of Eldridge, Iowa. Dialed in 499 in the near lane. McLean, sponsored by Connor Construction in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Win light goes on for McLean. He goes 5,008 on that 499 dial. It's starting line advantage. Puts him in the winner's circle, headed on to next round. Next set, Rick Berkler in the near lane, dialed in 460 in the Freedom Motorsports side. Taking on Shane Pope in the far lane. He's dialed in 516 on the side of that dragster. Check out the gorgeous Roadster Corvette in the near lane, followed by Bobby Inch Jr. Dialed in 558. Win light goes on though for Ben Wolf, going 511 on that 457 dial at 98 miles an hour. Both cars seem to fall off. It's having some trouble in that Corvette. There's Scotty Haas in the far lane. Green dragster taking on Ken Barsima in the near lane. Barsima dialed in 508, Freedom Motorsports side. Scotty Haas dialed in 479 in the Berkey's lane. Light goes on for Scotty Haas. He goes 479 on that 479 dial-in. Tough break for Barsima, running it out the back door. Goes 507 with a 1 on that 08 dial to the trailer. Throws away that 004 reaction time. Tough break for Barsima. That's Jared Balk in the far lane. Sponsored by Balk Performance, Mitchell Repair, and Ovenmeyer Construction. Taking out Jake Stansbury out of Bentendorf, Iowa, in the Freedom Motorsports lane. He's dialed in. 470 in the near lane. 468 in the far lane. Almost heads up racing, sitting on the starting line now. Starting line advantage goes to Stansbury. Turns it into a win light going 471 on that 470 dial. Balk falls a little bit farther off going 514 on that 68 dial. Here's Jay Wilson in a sandbagger out of Milan. He's dialed in 599 in the Berkey side. Taking on Kevin Verkler out of Eldridge in the Freedom Motorsports lane. He's dialed in 483 on the side of that dragster. Verkler flashes in. Here come the lights. Verkler cutting the tree down, going 005 reaction time. He goes 484 on that 483 dial to next round. Check out the Grand Am in the Freedom Motorsports side. Love this car. Piloted by my man Mike. He's dialed in 611. Taking out Dale the Killer Jones in his dragster. Far lane, dialed in 474. Motorsports side sends the Killer Jones to the next round. Look at that, 474 with a 2 on his 474 dial-in. Tough competitor out there. That's why they call him the Killer. Next set, pulling up. There's Stormin' Norman in the far lane. Dialed in 600. That's my man Norm Wheats. Taking out Trooper Dan in the near lane, sponsored by River Cities Engineering. He's dialed in 500. Hoo-wee! My man Trooper Dan turns that 007 reaction time into a win light. He goes 502 on that 500 dial-in to next round. That Jack Bozek in the far lane, dialed in 524 on the side of that dragster. Taking on Tom Lindell out of Eldridge in that gorgeous 55 Chevy shoebox. Love that whip. He's dialed in 557 in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Look at this car. That thing looks like it's going 200 just sitting there. God, that's a gorgeous car. Great reaction time out of Lindell. Turns it into a... Oh, out the back door. Sorry, Lindell. Bozak gets you at the stripe. Attention in the pits. Final call for no box buybacks. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. And the winners, please report to staging lane 6 and 7. No box buybacks, please report to 6 and 7. Last call. And the winners now report to staging lane 6 and 7 as well. The pits, attention in the pits. Trophy, this is your call to 8 and 9. Trophy, I need you to come to 8 and 9 now. And then junior buybacks, please report to staging lanes 3 and 4. Trophy, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. Junior buybacks, please report to staging lanes 3 and 4. 4 is super, novice is 3. Lancaster gets it, 594 on that 9-2 dial at 116 miles an hour to next round. That's Tyler Brooks out of Prophetstown, Illinois. Far lane, dialed in 691. Taking on Tom Clem. He's dialed in 665 on his bike. Near lane. Monte Carlo versus Suzuki. Can the bike reel him in? He does. He goes 665 with a 7 on that 665 dial to next round. Look at that. Starting line advantage. Puts him in the winner's circle the next round. Brooks runs on his number, but was falling off on the starting line. Sends him to the trailer. Next set. Gorgeous Vega. Terry Hiller out of Morrison, dialed in 677. Taking on John Rentmester in the Freedom Motorsports lane, dialed in 635 on the side of that Cavalier. Sends Heller directly on the next round. We got Nova versus Monte Carlo. Chevy versus Chevy on the starting line right now. That's Bobby H. Jr. in the Nova, far lane, dialed in 610. Taking on Mike Clark in the near lane. He's dialed in 660. It's having some trouble off the starting line. He gets it over. He thinks he broke something. Thanks, Bobby. He's a pro all the way around. Way to be a pro there, Bobby. Thanks for getting over. Good thing to remind everybody is if you do break, please get over to the side of the racetrack immediately like Bobby did. That's to make sure we don't oil the whole track down. Thank you much for being a pro like you are, Bobby. The pits. Attention in the pits. Junior buybacks, please report to staging lanes 3 and 4. Junior buybacks, please report to staging lanes 3 and 4. Again, attention in the pits. Junior buybacks, please report to staging lanes 3 and 4. Junior buybacks, please report to staging lane 3 and 4, and then all winners fall in behind. Attention in the pits. We're missing one car from the trophy class. Attention in the pits. We're missing one car from the trophy class. Please report to the staging lanes now. Chad Stevenson, red lights in the Freedom Motorsports side and runs it out the back door. Tough break. Drew Beal goes 678 on that 77 dial the next round. Next set, Ben Milder in the far lane in that Camaro, dialed in 739 Berkey side. Taking on the S10 in the near lane, he's dialed in 693 Freedom Motorsports side. Win light goes on for the S10, going 693 with a 2 on that 693 dial. Tough break for Milder, going red. You're on to 742 on that 39 dial to the trailer. Austin began in the Freedom Motorsports lane. He's dialed in 688. Taking on Bradley Wheats. Wheats in the far lane, dialed in 675. Austin turns the win light on. Look at this guy. 688 with a 5 on that 688 dial. My man. Tough break for Wheats. Austin's brother, Jesse, began. He runs with the Chicago Wise Guys. Last time I saw him out here, he laid out an 8th mile burnout in his blown and injected Chevelle. Love these guys' cars. That WS6 is awesome, and so is his brother Chevelle. Loving them. That's Brian Robinson. He goes red in the Freedom Motorsports side, sending Jace Deering directly on the next round. That's Pete McGlynn in the Freedom Motorsports lane out of Long Grove, Iowa, dialed in at 551 on his front engine dragster. Taking on Ryan Robinson in his Monte Carlo, dialed in 617 in the Berkey side. Red light for Robinson sends McGlynn directly on the next round. Cutlass Corvette. Cutlass versus Corvette. That's John Haas in the far lane. Dialed in 690 on the side of that Corvette. Taking on Steve Angst out of Wyoming, Iowa. He's dialed in 724 in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Win light goes on for Angst. Look at that, 728 on a 24 dial. Tough break for Haas. He runs it out the back door. That's Nathan Schroeder in the S10. Far lane, dialed in 594. Taking on Mike Peterson Jr. out of Port Byron in the near lane. He's dialed in 697. To Schroeder's 594. Pedal Fest out there. Schroeder takes it though, going 600 on that 594 dial. Starting line advantage. Puts the win light on for him. sponsored by Begler's Performance. Putting the win light on. She goes 641 on that 37 dial. Tough break for Mike Thompson. He goes 651 on that 44 dial, falling just a little bit farther off to the trailer. Next up, Cole Robinson in his Malibu. Far lane, dialed in 644. Taking on Scott Parker out of Silvis. He's dialed in 609 in the Freedom Motorsports lane on his Gixxer. Sends Parker directly on to next round. That's Tim Flynn out of Naperville, Illinois, right down the street from me. He's dialed in 648 in the Berkey's lane. Taking on Siobhan Warner in the Freedom Motorsports lane. He's dialed in 689 on the side of the Camaro. Mopar versus Chevy on the starting line right now. Both cars staged. Here come the lights. Tim Flynn cutting the tree down, 009 reaction time. He goes 650 flat on that 48 dial to next round. That's Scotty Wheats in the far lane, dialed in 651. Taking out Jim Perrette out of Fulton, Illinois. He's dialed in 636 on the side of that Beretta. Pedal fest out there. Win light goes on for Scotty Wheats. Look at that pedaling. He goes 651 with a 9 on his 651 dial. Tough break for Pruitt. He goes 636 on his 636 dial as well. Starting line advantage goes to Wheats, turning the win light on for him. Here's that Pontiac J2000, followed by Josh Fierce out of Kelowna. He's dialed in 590, taking on Rick Keenan out of Galesburg. Driving that 1964 Rambler, dialed in 593 in the Berkey's lane. Double breakout. Win light goes on for Fierce, though. He goes 589 on that 9.0 dial at 109 miles an hour next round. Yes, sir. That's Rich Fields in that gorgeous 66 Chevelle, sitting in the Freedom Motorsports lane. He's dialed in 621 out of Naperville, down the street from me. Taking a bye in the next round. We got Trophy coming up in the water box next. Christopher Peterson in that gorgeous 56 Chevy, dialed in 1243. Taking out Dalton Beal in the far lane. Camaro dialed in 1250. That's a four-door 56. I just noticed that. Gorgeous four-door 56. Win light goes on for Beal. He goes 1265 on that 1250 dial. Peterson falls farther off, going 1258 on that 43 dial to the trailer. Tough break for that gorgeous 56 four-door. Sorry about that. It's Paige Begler, not Paige Harris. That was her maiden name. They are now married. She is a Begler. I apologize, Paige. I apologize. Didn't mean to call your wife Harris. She is a Begler. I apologize to the Beglers. Paige Begler, not Harris. Begler. In the pits, attention in the pits. We are missing one novice junior dragster. We are missing one novice junior dragster. Please report to the staging lanes now. Attention in the pits. Midwest Top Sportsman. This is your call for first round. Midwest Top Sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, Midwest Top Sportsman, this is your call to staging lanes 8 and 9 for first round. Midwest Top Sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9 for round 1 action. In the pits. Attention in the pits. I need bike buybacks. Please report to staging lanes 5 and 6. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. I need bike buybacks. Please report to staging lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. I need bike buybacks. Please report to staging lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need winners for bikes. Please report to staging lanes 4 and 5. I repeat, bike winners, please report to the staging lanes now. Best Top Sportsman, round number 1 coming at you right now. It's our number 2 qualifier, Paul Montgomery. In the Dodge Avenger, Hemi-powered, Berkey's side. Dialed in 443. Taking on the number 11 qualifier, Anthony Plude out of Homer Glen. He's dialed in 492. Montgomery, he breaks out going 442 with a 4 on that 43 dial. Plude runs the number 492 with an O on that 92 dial. Tough break for the number 2 qualifier. Next set, the John Lopez Jr. in the near lane. Qualifier number 9, taking on 18, PJ Machuga. In his 69 Chevelle. Taking on the Beretta in the near lane. Freedom Motorsports side, dialed in 490. Chevelle in the far lane, dialed in 547. Red light for Lopez Jr. sends BJ on the next round. Going out the back door, he owns a 543 with a 4 on that 47 dial. That's Tom Begler in the near lane. Taking on Cale Davis in the Berkey side. Davis dialed in 488. Begler dialed in 521 in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Bagler's in first. Davis goes in. Here come the lights. Win light goes on for Davis. He goes 490 on that 88 dial. Tough break for Begler. Runs a 531 on that 21 dial in. Next up, Matt Genesi in the far lane. Taking on Bill Rotz in the Big Bird Mode S15 GMC pickup truck, near lane, dialed in 543. Matt in the far lane, dialed in 487. Win light goes on for Matt, going 491 on that 87 dial at 142 miles an hour. Attention to the pits. Sportsman, I need you to report to staging lane 6 and 7 now. Sportsman, I repeat, please report to staging lane 6 and 7. Sportsman, please report to staging lane 6 and 7 now. Goes on for Ron K. Jr. He goes 484 with an O on that 484 dial at 143 miles an hour. That's Tony Zimmerman in the far lane, dialed in 501. Taking on Larry Dalton in his Camaro. He's dialed in 458 in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Win light goes out for Tony Zimmerman. He goes 503 on that 501 dial. Tough break for Dalton, cutting that tree down. 009 reaction time. Just falls a little farther off on that ET, going 462 with a 7 on that 5.8 dial to the trailer. Next up, Jeff Sutherland in that gorgeous Oldsmobile Cutlass. He's dialed in 492. Taking on Rick Soika Jr. out of North Aurora in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Pontiac Firebird versus Old Cutlass Supreme. That's your number one qualifier in the Freedom Motorsports side. Win light goes on for Soika Jr. He goes 008 reaction time. Running 427 on that 25 dial. Tough break for Sutherland. He was closer to the ET, but that starting line advantage puts the win light on for the number one qualifier. There's Alex Bozek in the far lane out of Chicago in that Dodge Neon. He's dialed in 443, Berkey side. Freedom Motorsports lane. Bobby Ince dialed in 503. points, breaks out. Sending Bozak on to next round. He goes 446 on that 42 dial to next round.
The box fight is ready underwater. The box fight.
Tough break for the Bandericks, guys. Look at this. They are matched up first round against each other. Bandericks Sr. dialed in 505. Eddie Bandericks Jr. dialed in 481 in the Camaro far lane.
Right, can you call box fight back, please?
Attention in the pits, box buybacks. Box buybacks. Please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I need box buybacks. Please report to staging lanes 8 and 9 now. I repeat, box buybacks. Please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. Senior gets it at the stripe. He goes 505 with a 2 on his 505 dial. Tough break for Junior. He goes 482 with a 6 on that 81 dial. Throwing away that 004 reaction time. Killing the old man on the tree, but can't beat him at the top end. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. James Stencil. James Stencil, please report to the tower. You got 15 minutes or the first round of drinks is on us, says the owner. On him. Sorry, on him. On his debit card. Sorry. It's James Stencil. James Stencil, we have your visa. First round of drinks are on you. If you're not up here in 15 minutes for your debit card. Here's the White brothers out there. That's Mike White in the far lane, taking on Brian White in the Freedom Motorsports side. Oops, that was last pass, sorry. We got Thomas Turtle Cole here in the near lane out of Davenport. He's dialed in 586, taking the bye in the next round of bike. Attention in the pits. Final call for buybacks in box. Attention in the pits. Final call for buybacks in box. Please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, final call for buybacks in box. Please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. And all winners fall in behind. We got Sportsman on the line right now. That's Phil Masick with the win light going 12:42 on a 40 dial the next round of Sportsman. We got Greg Wheats in the far lane. He's dialed in 12:58 in the Berkey side, taking on Chris Setzer in the Freedom Motorsports lane, driving the Tesla, dialed in 12:26. Check that out. Mopar performance against Tesla. Tesla dialed in faster than the high-performance Mopar. Who's it going to be at the top end? The Tesla gets it. Tough break for Wheats. He breaks out by 100,000th of a second. Next set, Jim Peterson out of Davenport. He's dialed in 1360. Taking out Brian Rolson. He is dialed in 1413 in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Red light for the Freedom Motorsports side sends Jim Peterson directly on to the next round of Sportsman. We got Trans Am versus F-150 on the starting line right now. That's Isaac Cole in the Freedom Motorsports side. He's dialed in 1510 to the Trans Am's 1450 in the Berkey side. Gets it 1464 on a 1450 dial. Tough break for the F-150. That's a starting line advantage for the Trans Am, putting the win light on. Trans Am gets it, going 12 double O on that 1199 dial-in.
Distance by.
Andrew Dykema in the Freedom Motorsports lane, dialed in 1267. Taking on Christopher Peterson in that gorgeous 56 Chevy four-door, dialed in 1243 in the Berkey's lane. Win light goes on for Dykema in the Freedom Motorsports lane, running 1273 on that 67 dial the next round. That's Carl Bucky Owens in the Berkey side, dialed in 1344, taking a bye run into next round of Sportsman. In the pits, attention in the pits, James Stencil. James Stencil, we have your debit card in the tower. If you're not up here in 15 minutes, we are buying first round on you at the drag strip bar. So, James Stencil, your debit card is at the tower. Attention in the pits, no box, no box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. I repeat, no box, no box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7.
Oh, yeah.
That's Scott Marsden in the Freedom Motorsport lane, dialed in 485. Taking on Anthony Lane in the Berkey's lane, dialed in 496. Yeah, it's okay. Ready? That works for me. That's Ted Cannon in the Berkey's lane, dialed in 493, taking on Clay in the Malibu, dialed in 616, the Freedom Motorsports lane. Look at that, first perfect reaction time today. Triple zip zero for my man in the Freedom Motorsports lane, getting the win light, running a 616 on his 16 dial. Tough break for Ted Cannon, cuts down the tree as well, going 001, but cannot beat the perfect triple zip zero of the Freedom Motorsports side. Next up, Jesse Albright in the far lane in his 65 Mustang, dialed in 665, taking on Freedom Motorsports lane, Grand Am, powered by Mike S. He's dialed in 611. Red light for Albright. Sends Mike S. and that Grand Am directly on the next round. Look at that, too, though. He goes 611 with a 5 on his 611 dial. Would have been a tough cookie to beat anyway. That's Mark Clark, near lane, in his Camaro, out of Silvis, sponsored by Triple E Sales, Sears Seating, and his wife. He's dialed in 617 in the Freedom Motorsports side, taking on Jay Wilson in the Berkey's lane, out of Milan. He's dialed 597. Red light for Wilson, sends Clark directly on the next round. Here's Ken Barsima in the Dragster Freedom Motorsports lane, dialed in 506, taking on Zach Lewis in that gorgeous 56 Chevy out of Knoxville, Illinois, dialed in 552. Send Zach Lewis directly on the next round. Running it out the back door. 551 with a 6 on that 5-2 dial to next round. That's Shane Pope in the near lane, dialed in 516. Taking on the Dragster in the Berkey side, dialed in 456. Pope throwing away that 005 reaction time, breaks out by the smallest margin. Tough break for the Freedom Motorsports lane. That's Jared Balk in the Berkey side, dialed in 460. Taking on Bobby Ince Sr. in the Freedom Motorsports lane. He's dialed in 636. Dragsters on the hunt. Can he catch him? He does. Look at this 485 on that 6.8 dial. Tough break for Ince. He breaks out. Look at this thing. 55 Chevy on the starting line right now. I love this car. That's Tom Lindell out of Eldridge, Iowa. Dialed in 556. Taking out Don M. in the Freedom Motorsports lane in that Camaro, dialed in 583. Red line for the Freedom Motorsports side sends Tom Lindell directly on the next round. Running it out the back door, 555 with a 9 on that 5.6 dial. We got Storm and Norman Wheat in the near lane, dialed in 601 out of Clinton, Iowa. Taking on Josh Fierce in that J2000 Pontiac in the Berkey side, dialed in 586. That's Pat McLean in his dragster out of Eldridge, Iowa in the Freedom Motorsports side. Sponsored by Connor Construction. He's dialed in 499. Taking on PJ Mazuka in the Berkey side out of Villa Park, Illinois in his Dodge Daytona. Dialed in 561. Tough break, my man. Pat McLean goes 5.005 on that 499 dial the next round. That's Brady Wolf in the Berkey's lane. Dialed in 478 in that turbocharged dragster. Taking on Rick Berkler in the Freedom Motorsports lane. He's dialed in 460. Breaks out. Tough break. Throwing away that 005 reaction time. Berkler takes it with a 460 and a 1 on that 460 dial. There's Austin Began. Dialed in 688 in the Freedom Motorsports lane in that WS6. Love that car. Taking on Grace Haas and the dragster. Dialed in 509 in the Berkey's lane. In the pits, I need trophy finalists. Please report to the staging lanes now. Trophy finalists, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. And junior dragsters, please report to staging lanes 4 and 5. I repeat, trophy finalists, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. And junior dragsters, report to staging lanes 3 and 4. Haas takes it at the top end. Look at that 479 with an O on that 479 dial-in. Way to hit it on the head. Jack Bozak breaking out, going 522 with a 4 on that 23 dial, sending Dale Killer Jones on the next round. That's Kevin Berkler with the win light in the Freedom Motorsports side. He goes 484 on that 8-3 dial in next round. Tough break. Drew Beal heading on the next round, running out the back door, going 677 with a 2 on that 678 dial. Tyler Barsima in the far lane. Banging on Mike Clark. Clark breaks out, handing the win over to Barsima, going 678 on that 74 dial the next round. Love this roadster in the Berkey side, taking on that 66 Chevelle in the near lane. That's Rich Fields out of Naperville. He's dialed in 621. Taking on Jace Deering out of Clinton, Iowa. He's dialed in 577 in the roadster. Another triple zip zero. Look at this. Rich Fields cutting a tree down. Perfect reaction time, going 623 on a 21 dial. Nice tree, my man. Attention to the pits. I need one trophy car. I need one trophy car. We're missing one for trophy. If you are in it to win it for trophy, you need to be in the staging lanes now. I repeat, we are missing a car from trophy. So if you are in it to win it, you need to be in the staging lanes now. There's Paige Begler in the water box right now. Sponsored by Begler's Performance and Harris Machine Works. Taking on Terry Heller in the far lane. Heller driving that Vega out of Morrison, Illinois. He's dialed in 677. Paige Begler dialed in 637 out of Wilmington. Next up, Scotty Weeks out of Morrison, Illinois. Dialed in 651 in the far lane. Taking on Steve English out of Wyoming, Iowa. Dialed in 724 in the near lane. Double breakout. Win light goes on for Angsto. He takes it 723 with a 9 on that 24 dial. Tough break for Scotty Weeks.
Can you get the
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Midwest Top Sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. Midwest Top Sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, Midwest Top Sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. That's Pete McGlynn out of Long Grove, Iowa. In the front engine dragster, taking a win light, going 554 on 551 dial to next round. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Midwest top sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, Midwest top sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. Attention in the pits. I need Midwest top sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. With the win light, going 1255 on that 50 dial. Attention in the pits. I need no box bike. Please report to staging lane 5. And box bike, please report to staging lane 6. I need no box bike to report to staging lane 5. And box bike, please report to staging lane 6. This is your call. West Top Sportsman coming at you right now. That's my man from Homer Glen in the near lane. In the pits, I need sportsman buybacks. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. Sportsman buyback. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. I repeat, sportsman buybacks. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. It's Anthony Plude out of Homer Glen. In the Freedom Motorsports side, dialed in 491, taking on Ron K. Jr. In the Berkey side, he's dialed in 483. Ron takes it at the stripes, going 485 at 143 miles an hour. Plude falls just a little bit farther off, going 503 with a 9 on that, and 491 dial to the trailer. Alex Bozek out of Chicago in the far lane. He's dialed in 445 on the side of that Neon. Taking on Cale Davis in that Boss Mustang in the Freedom Motorsports side. He's dialed in 489. That's the number 7 qualifier versus number 3 in the Berkey side. Davis takes it at the stripe. He goes 489 with an 8 on that 489 dial in. Tough break for Bozak, running a 449 with a 5 on his 445 dial. That's Tony Zimmerman, that gorgeous 63 split window Corvette in the Freedom Motorsports lane. He's dialed in 502, taking on Matt Genesi in the Berkey's lane. He's got 487 on the side of that Cavalier. Zimmerman breaks out, going 499 with a 7 on that 502 dial. Genesi runs the number, going 487 with a 5 on that 487 dial the next round. Here's your number 1 qualifier. Rick Sosek Jr. In the Freedom Motorsports side, out of North Aurora, dialed in 426, taking a bye in the next round. Attention in the pits, sportsman buybacks, please report to the staging lanes now. Attention in the pits, sportsman buyback, please report to the staging lanes now, and then all finalists follow in behind them. We got Chevelle versus Chevelle on the starting line right now. Ed Vanderwick in the Freedom Motorsports side, dialed in 504 out of Lake Bluff. He's in the 66, taking on PJ in his 69. In the Berkey side, dialed in 543. Vanderwicks gets it, 505 with a 7 on that 504 dial into next round. Sportsman, please report to staging lane 6 and 7. This is last call for Sportsman. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. Box, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, Box, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. Sportsman, please report to staging lanes 6 and 7. Attention in the pits. Sportsman, please report to staging lane 6 and 7. Sportsman, please report to staging lane 6 and 7. Attention in the pits. No box. No box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. I need no box to report to staging lane 6 and 7 now. Please and thank you. I repeat, no box, no box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. Light for Pat McLean. He goes, cuts the tree down, 008 reaction time, putting a 499 on the board with that 498 dial in to next round. Next up, Zach Lewis in that gorgeous 56 Chevy out of Knoxville, Illinois. He's dialed in 552. Taking on Rick Berkler in that dragster in the Freedom Motorsports lane. He's dialed in 460 on the side of the dragster. Sends Zach Lewis on. Look at that. He goes out the back door running a 550 with a 2 on that 552 dial-in. Love seeing that 56 go rounds. There's Jared Balk. Sponsored by Balk Performance, Mitchell Repair, and Owen Meyer Construction. Taking on Tom Lindell in his 55 Chevy. Love this shoebox as well, out of Eldridge, Iowa. He's dialed in 555 on the side of the 55. In the pits, junior dragsters. I need super juniors to report to staging lane 4. I need novice junior. Please report to staging lane 3. I repeat, junior dragsters, please report to staging lanes 3 and 4. And Jared Balk takes it at the top end. He goes 009 off the tree, running a 488. Next set, Mark Clark in that Camaro. Out of Silvis, it's sponsored by Triple E Sales, Sears Seating, and his wife. He's dialed in 617 in the Freedom Motorsports side. Taking on the dragster in the Berkey's lane, dialed in 455. Exter gets him going 462 on that 5-5 dial and tough break for Clark, sleeping on the tree. Next up, we got Trooper Dan in the near lane, sponsored by River Cities Engineering. He's dialed in 5 flat, taking on Dale the Killer Jones out of Milan. He's dialed in 473 in the Berkey's lane. red light for Killer sends Trooper Dan on the next round, running a 5-0-0 with a 1 on that 5-flat dial-in. Way to go, Trooper Dan. Next up, Jake Stansberry out of Bettendorf, Iowa, in the Berkey's lane. Dialed in 466 on the side of the dragster. Taking on the S10 pick-em-up truck in the Freedom Motorsports side. He's dialed in 692. Identical reaction times, but the dragster takes it. Stansberry gets the win light going 466 with a 4. Oh my. This is like the same race as earlier. Oh my God. Both of them hitting their numbers. Identical reaction time. This happened twice today. Amazing. What a race. We got Clay S versus Mike S. Mike S driving a Grand Am. Clay S driving a Malibu. Malibu dialed in 616. Grand Am dialed in 612 in the Berkey's lane. Win light goes on for the Freedom Motorsports side. Look at these reaction time. 002 on the tree for the Freedom Motorsports side. Berkey's goes 006 off the tree, but breaks out. What a race. Next up, that's Stormin' Norman Wheats out of Clinton, Iowa, in the Berkey's lane, dialed in 599, taking on Kevin Verkler in the Freedom Motorsports side out of Eldridge, Iowa. He's dialed in 483 on the side of his dragster. Win light goes on for Kevin Verkler, going 483. Starting line advantage turns the win light on because Norman Wheats runs closer to the index to his breakout. 599 with a 1 on that 599 dial, but the starting line advantage goes to Kevin Verkler, turning the win light on. The pitch, Midwest Top Sportsman. I need you to staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, Midwest Top Sportsman. This is your call to staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, Midwest top sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9 now. That's Austin McGann on the starting line with his WS6, dialed in 688, taking on Terry Heller, dialed in 676. Big Ann breaks out. Tough break. Win light goes on for Terry Heller, going 677 with the 1 on that 7-6 dial. Next up, Richfields out of Naperville. Dialed in 622 on the side of that 66 Chevelle, taking on Tyler Barsima. Barsima out of Fulton, dialed in 671 in the Berkey's lane. Double breakout. Win light goes on for Rich Fields in the 66 Chevelle out of Naperville. Midwest top sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, Midwest top sportsman, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I also need bikes. Bikes, please report to the staging lanes now. I need bikes. No box bike, please report to staging lane 5. And box bike, please report to staging lane 6. No, sorry, I think it's the last one. So both of you guys, bikes, just report to 5 and 6. Bikes, report to 5 and 6. Win light goes on for Scott Parker, going 610 with a 6 on that 09 dial the next round. This S10 going rounds today. He's dialed in 692 on the Freedom Motorsports side against Steve Angst. In the Berkey side, he's dialed in 723. Win light goes on for Angst. He goes 724 with a 6 on that 23 dial to next round. Bikes, please report to the staging lanes. If you're in it to win it, I need you in the staging lanes now. Bikes, please report to the staging lanes now. And sportsmen, please report to the staging lanes 6 and 7. I need sportsmen to report to staging lanes 6 and 7. pits. I need Scott Parker to report to the staging lanes. I need Scott Parker to report to the staging lanes now. We're missing you for bike. I need Scott Parker. Please report to the staging lanes now. Here's Midwest top sportsman. That's Ron Clybourne Jr. He's dialed in 485. Barbour Jr. running it out the back door, going 483 with a 9 on that 8-5 dial-in. There's Banderick Sr. in the 66 Chevelle. He's in the Berkey's lane, dialed in 505. Taking on Cale Davis in the Freedom Motorsports side. He's dialed in 489. Gets it, 507 with a 4 on that 05 dial. Tough break for Davis, breaking out. Going 487 with a 9 on that 89 dial. Last two for Midwest Top Sportsman on the line right now. That's your number one qualifier, Sosek Jr. in the Freedom Motorsports side. He's taking on Matt Gensini, sorry. Getting tired, buddy. Getting tired. He's dialed in 487 in the Berkey side. Sosek Jr. dialed in 425. Red light for Gensini. Sends Sosek Jr. on to the semifinals. Midwest Top Sportsman, 426 with a 4 on that 25 dial the next round.
I got bikes coming out. They're fine, so it's right.
In the pits, I need Box. Box, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I need Box to report to staging lanes 8 and 9 now, please and thank you. I repeat, Box, this is your call to staging lanes 8 and 9. It's Austin begin in the near lane at WS6, dialed in 1396, Freedom Motorsports side. Taking on Phil Masick out of Walcott. He's in the Chevy Nova, dialed in 1248 in the Berkey side. Sorry, that's Denny Rankin in the near lane. Pardon me. That's a Trans Am. It's not a WS6. Pardon me. Denny Rankin. Red lights. Getting late. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. Sorry, Austin. It looked like your car. It's silver. Definitely not WS6, though. Close, right? Andrew Dykema next in the Freedom Motorsports side. He's out of Comanche, Iowa, dialed in 1266. Taking on Greg Wheats in that late model Mopar. He's dialed in 1248 in the Berkey side. Pits, no box, no box. This is your call to staging lane 6 and 7. I repeat, no box, no box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7 now. Please and thank you. I need no box, no box. Please report to 6 and 7. That's Christopher Peterson in the Freedom Motorsports side, dialed in 1250. Taking on Chris Setzer in that Tesla. Breakout for Peterson. Send Setzer on to next round. He goes 1229 on a 1229 dial. Attention in the pits. I need no box, no box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. I repeat, no box, no box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. Damian Begler out there, dialed in 1204, running Sportsman today. Juniors, please report to the staging lanes. Juniors, please report to staging lanes 3 and 4. Juniors, please report to staging lanes 3 and 4 now. Trooper Dan over here in the Freedom Motorsports side, dialed in 5 flat. Taking on the dragster in the Berkey side, dialed in 456 on the side of that whip. Win light goes on for Trooper Dan, running a 500 with a 6 on that 5 flat dial. Here's Clay in his Malibu, Freedom Motorsports side, dialed in 615. Taking on Jake Stansberry out of Bettendorf. He's dialed in 466 on the side of that dragster in the Berkey's lane. They're catching them going 466 with a 2 on that 466 dial. Stransberry headed on to next round. Here's Kevin Berkler taking the bye run. He's out of Eldridge, Iowa, in the Freedom Motorsports side, dialed in 483. Berkler running out the back door, going 482 with a 2 on that 8-3 dial. Cutting that tree down, 006 reaction time. Way to go. We got Vega versus Chevelle. Pulling up to the starting line now. 66 Chevelle in the Freedom Motorsports side. Scott Parker, please report to the staging lanes. Scott Parker, please report to the staging lanes. Fields out of Naperville, right down the street from me, in the Freedom Motorsports lane, down in 621, taking out Terry Heller. Red light for Fields, giving Heller the win light. Heller runs the number 2, looking at 677 with an 8 on that 77 dial. Pontiac versus Buick. Coming up to the line now. That's Drew Beal, dialed in 677 in the near lane. Taking on Steve Angst. He's dialed in 723 in the Berkey side. For Drew Beal. Hanks gets it going, 726 on that 23. Attention, Scott Parker. Scott Parker, please report to the staging lanes. please report to the staging lanes now. Scott Parker, we need you at the staging lanes now. We got the no box by coming up next. He's going to set the beams and then back out.
Can I get sportsman up here?
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman, please report to staging lane 6 and 7. I need sportsmen to report to staging lane 6 and 7 now. Thank you much. Brownhart on the starting line now, taking the bye to the finals in Super Junior. Dialed at 794 in the Berkey's lane. She cuts a perfect light. She cuts a perfect light, gets the 50 bucks. Way to go, Taylor Crownhart. First one today to win the 50 bucks, cutting down that tree with a triple zip zero. Way to go, kid. Awesome light. Headed to the final rounds with 50 bucks in her pocket. I bet your dad's gonna take it from her. This final on the starting line right now. Way to go, Taylor. Again, Taylor Crownhart with the only perfect reaction time so far today in the junior classes. Triple zip zero. Winner of the 50 bucks from E.T. Raptor. Sarewell and Gunnar Painter. Who's it going to be for the novice junior winner? Win light goes on for Gunnar. Way to go out of Kelowna, Illinois. He goes 12:08 to win the final in novice junior dragster. Congratulations. Attention in the pits. Midwest Top Sportsman, please report to the staging lanes now. Midwest Top Sportsman, I need you in staging lanes 8 and 9. If you're in it to win it, I need Midwest Top Sportsman to report to staging lanes 8 and 9. Please and thank you. Andrew Dykema. In the Freedom Motorsports side, he's dialed in 1267. Taking on Phil Masick. In the Berkey side, dialed in 1249 in his Nova. Who's it gonna be? It's Dykema at the top end, running a 1271 with a 7 on a 6-7 dial. That's Damian Begler taking on Chris Setzer in the Tesla. Setzer dialed in 1231. Begler dialed in 1241 in the Berkey side. Motorcycle finalists, please report to the staging lanes now. And I need box finalists, please report to the staging lanes now as well. I need bike and box. Please report to the staging lanes now. Pits, I need box. Box. If you're in it to win it, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I repeat, box. Please report to staging lanes 8 and 9 now. If you are in it to win it, I need box to staging lanes 8 and 9. no box. Your final round coming up. Come on. Head up to the staging lanes. I also need juniors. Juniors, if you are in it to win it, I need you up in the staging lanes now. Please and thank you. Junior finalists, please report to the staging lanes. Junior finalists, please report to the staging lanes now. Also, box finalists, please report to the staging lanes now. Here's the #1 qualifier in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Rick Sosek Jr. taking on Ronnie Clybourne Jr. RSJ versus RKJ. We got Freedom Motorsports lane, dialed in 426. Clybourne Jr., dialed in 483. Firebird versus Firebird on the starting line right now. Please report to the winner's circle. Lynn, please report to the winner's circle now. RKJ, pre-stage is first. Sosek, pre-stage. Clybourne goes in first. Both cars in. Here come the lights. Who's it gonna be? Oh my, Sosek Jr. takes it going 429 at 161. Clybourne Jr. breaks out going 482 with an 8 on that 83 dial. Tough break. Rick Sr. taking the bye run into the final round against Sosek Jr. Vanderrick dialed in 5 flat out of Lake Bluff, Illinois, in the Berkey side. Let's see what he puts on the boards. Great reaction time. What's it gonna be? 506 with an 8 on that 5 flat dial. The bike final in the water box now. In the Freedom Motorsports side, he's dialed in 660. Taking on Scott Parker in the Berkey's lane. He's dialed in 611. Suzuki versus Suzuki. Both bikes pre-staged. Clean takes it with a 005 reaction time. Runs a 664 on that 60 dial. Starting line advantage. Puts the win light on for Clean. Parker, tough break, running his number, but slept on the starting line just a little bit. Falk in the far lane, dialed in 485. Taking on Kevin Verkler in the Freedom Motorsports side. He's dialed in 482. It's Balk at the top end. He goes 487 on an 8.5 dial. Tough break for Berkler, going rounds all day. He runs the number, but falls off on the starting line. Turning the win light on for Jarek Balk. Next up, Trooper Dan in the Freedom Motorsports side. He's dialed in 5 flat again, taking on Stansbury. Burry out of Bettendorf. He's dialed in 466 in the Berkey side on the side of his dragster. Win light goes on for Stansbury, going 468. Tough break for Trooper Dan. He runs his number, but falls off on the starting line. Here's Zach Lewis out of Knoxville, Illinois. That gorgeous 56 Chevy shoebox, dialed in 549 in the Freedom Motorsports side. Taking the bye into the semifinals. 4 box. This goes 550 with a 6 on that 4.9 dial into the semifinals. We got Super Junior final coming up in the water box next. Parker, we need you to the staging lane. Scott Parker, we need no box finalists to the staging lanes as well. No box finalists to the staging lanes as well. Pits, I need sportsman finalists to report to the staging lane. Sportsman, please report to the staging lanes now. I need the sportsman finalists. Please report to the staging lanes now. That's 6 and 7. Sportsman finalists, report to staging lane 6 and 7, please. And thank you. Barsima in the Freedom Motorsports side, sponsored by FTI Farm Team and FTI Performance. He's taking on Taylor Crownhart. This is the Super Junior finalist on the starting line right now. Taylor Crownhart out of Sterling, dialed in 797 in the Berkey's lane. Freedom Motorsports side out of Fulton, Illinois. Barsima dialed in 793. Who's it gonna be? Crownhart got the first perfect light today, put 50 bucks in her pocket, getting that triple zip zero reaction time. Let's see what she's got for Barsima in the final round. Barsima pre-stage first, waiting on Crownhart. Crownhart pre-stages. Who's going in first? Barsima flashes in. Here comes Crownhart, here come the lights. Crownhart killing it on the tree. Win light goes to Barsima though. He goes 797 on a 9-3 dial. Crownhart falls off just a little bit farther, going 810 on that 797 dial. Throwing away a 007 reaction time. Wow, Crownhart has that car down. Last pass, triple zip zero. This one 007. But congratulations to Tyler Barsima taking the Super Junior final. If you guys want any food or cold drinks, please get on over to the concession stand. This is the last call for food. They will be shutting down in 15 to 20 minutes. So if you need some food or cold drinks, head on over to the concession stand now. Sportsman finalists coming up in the water box next.
Can you call Scott Parker back up?
Scott Parker, please report to the staging lanes. Scott Parker, please report to the staging lanes. That's Andrew Dykema in the Berkey's lane out of Comanche, Iowa, driving that S10 pickup truck, dialed in 1268. Taking on Chris Setzer in the Freedom Motorsports side. He's out of Genosa, dialed in 1231 in the Tesla. Who's it gonna be? S10 versus Tesla. And the Tesla was on autopilot all day long. He goes through the winner's circle, 1238 to win it. Way to go, Chris Setzer in the Tesla, tuned by Dan Driscoll himself. Okay, we got no box semifinals coming at you now. Pits, I need box. Box, please report to the staging lanes now. Box, please report to the staging lanes now. Parker versus Steve H. Breakout for A. Scott Parker takes it, running a 6'11 with a 1 on his 6'11. Scott Parker versus Terry Heller. Heller taking a bye into the final round. He's out of Morrison, Illinois, dialed in 677 in the Freedom Motorsports side in that Vega. Heller runs it out the back door going 675 with a 2 on that 77 dial to the final round. Attention in the pits. All winners, we need you to the staging lanes now for finals. We are running it out. So if you are in it to win it, please report to the staging lanes. That Jake Stansbury in the Freedom Motorsports side out of Bettendorf, Iowa. He's dialed in 466, taking on Zach Lewis in that gorgeous 56 Chevy shoebox out of Knoxville, Illinois. He's dialed in 551 in the Berkey side. List of box on the starting line right now. Who's it going to be, Stansbury or Lewis? I love seeing this 56 go around. Dragsters trying to reel him up. Can he do it? Lewis breaks out. Tough break. Look at that. Stansbury hits the number 466 with a 1 on his 66 dial. Going to the finals. Out there in the Berkey side. Sponsored by Balk Performance, Mitchell Repair, and Owen Meyer Construction. He's dialed in 485 in the Berkey's lane. Taking the bye run into the final round of box. Hits it, 485 with an O on that 485 dial in. Gonna be Balk and Stansbury. pits. If you're in it to win it, I need all finalists to report to the staging lanes now. I need all finalists to report to the staging lanes now. We are wrapping this race up. So if you are in it to win it, I need you in the staging lanes now. Please and thank you. In the pits, I need all finalists. Please report to the staging lanes now. Please report to the staging lanes now. We got no box final coming up right now. We need box finalists to the staging lanes. Box finalists, if you're not in the staging lanes, you are late. No box final. On a starting line right now, that's Scott Parker in the Berkey's lane. Out of Silvis, Illinois, he's dialed in 6'11". Taking on Terry Hiller in the Freedom Motorsports side in his Vega, dialed in 675. Can Parker catch him? He does. He goes 6'12" on that 6'11" dial. Tough break for Heller. Throws it away on the starting line because he hits his number. He goes 675 with a 6 on a 75 dial. Congratulations to Scott Parker taking it. We need box finalists to the staging lanes. Box finalists, please report to the staging lanes now. I need box finalists to the staging lanes now. Box finalists, please report to the staging lanes now. We got Midwest Top Sportsman finalists coming to the water box now. That's Banderick Sr. in his 66 Chevelle, Berkey side. Taking on Sosek Jr., the #1 qualifier today. That's Rick Sosek Jr. in the Freedom Motorsports side. Out of North Aurora, Illinois. Dialed in 426. Taking on Ed Vanderwicks in the Berkey side. He's out of Lake Bluff in that 66 Chevelle. Dialed in 506. Who's it going to be? Pontiac versus Chevy. #1 qualifier versus number 14. Vanderwick's in first. Waiting on Sosek Jr. He flashes in. Here come the lights. Sosek Jr. takes it. He goes 426. That's a starting line advantage. Wow, look at that. Banderix runs 5:06 with a 1 and loses. My man Sosek Jr. going rounds all day long. He's the number 1 qualifier and takes it in the final round here today. Congratulations. Box final coming up in the water box next. This is the last final of today of the quarter max number 8 points race. round right now, coming at you. Final in the water box right now. Stansbury. Sorry, I'm at a loss for words right now. Jared Balk versus Stansbury. Stansbury in the Freedom Motorsports side out of Benendorf, Iowa. He's dialed in 466. Jared Balk in the Berkey's lane. He's dialed in 485. Who's it gonna be in the final round of today? Quarter Max sponsored bracket race number 8. Who's it gonna be? Gold Cars pre-stage. Bach flashes in first. Waiting on Stansbury. Stansbury goes in. Here come the lights. Almost identical reaction times. Who's it going to be at the top end? Double breakout. Stansbury takes it. He goes 465 with a 6 out the back door. Bach runs 484 with a 5 on his 85 dialing. Congratulations to Stansbury for going rounds. Thank you each and every one of you for coming out to bracket race number 8, sponsored by Quarter Max. I'll see you all tomorrow for number 9. Have a good night.